Well, now is a good a time as any to get started, huh? Huh? We are so back. We are so fucking back. All right. Yeah. Sorry for no stream yesterday. Was Had like a terrible sleep on Sunday night. Then I woke up and it's just like, yeah, there was no chance I was gonna be streaming. But I did manage to jump on for a couple hours and do a little bit of work. So yeah, we'll catch up with where we're up to. So a little bit of work. Looks like I made 4 pushes yesterday. So last week we started working on the gimmick for trash. So there's the little trash things that can spawn. You got to drag them over to the side, which is going to be where the bin is. Sorry. Then I might have implemented it on the weekend, actually. I was working on a new spill mechanic, which I will show shortly. And then also I need to turn it off because I think one of them has these objects on by default, which is incorrect. There we go. And we've also added the fire mechanic in. There's also actually a build mechanic, but we'll hold off on the build mechanic for now. I'll quickly just showcase all the scrap mechanics that are in now. Actually, just just start from the main menu. Scenes, save. Let's see if we can get all of them to happen at once. Let's just buy, tons of these, sure. All right, I'll keep it in normal motion just so we can see everything happening and I can explain it. Okay, so first thing, obviously placeholder assets for this stuff still, but yeah, so occasionally one of the things that can happen is a floor spill can happen. So these are one of the things that you have to clean up before the end of the day, otherwise you're going to receive a negative review for your cafe being dirty. So this one took a bit of work over the weekend, but yeah, it's got set up with a shader that you're able to rub it out. So yeah, basically you've just got to erase it like that and then it clears itself. I think that you have to clear it 75% of it and then it will auto clear the rest. All right, a couple more things here. This is pause, so I think I can do things while... Actually, one of them might be using scale time. So yeah, trash. Another thing that can happen out on the floor is trash and thing. Once again, placeholder asset for this. But yeah, you basically got to pick it up. It probably doesn't like being picked up because I've paused the time. So I'll keep going, play it. But yeah, you got to pick it up. And when it does, a little trash can's going to animate in over on the left here. You can see it there for a second. And you've got to drop it in the trash can and it'll disappear. And then the last thing that I worked on yesterday off stream was the malfunctioning mechanic. So whenever one of the staff members is going to go cook a meal, there's basically a roll that happens to whether that equipment's going to malfunction or not. If it doesn't, nothing happens, obviously. But if it does, it'll catch fire. And while it's on fire, basically the staff member is out of action. You need to put out that fire for them to continue whatever task they were doing. So to do that, you just click and hold on the fire. A little extinguisher thing happens, and then they'll get on with what they were doing. Yeah, that's all the trash mechanics in now. We'll have to obviously revisit them to fine-tune them a little bit and also add in the proper visuals for it, but it's enough there for proof of concept at the bare minimum. So something that I was also working on last night was, I think this week I'm going to tackle the decoration mechanic. So I don't think I've got this button set up yet. No. So I want you to be able to customize a lot of your cafe. Oh, sorry, I'm just tired. So things you're going to be able to customize are going to be the floor, probably the kitchen floor as well, maybe. I might leave that as default. The walls, tables and chairs. That's probably it. And then also you're going to be able to buy props and place them. So an example of that would be, you know, maybe you want to put some plants in. So I've got some stuff key bound at the moment. This is all going to get set up through UI, but this is just what I had in for testing. So you can see, you can add in a plant, and as if you try to see, you can see these white tiles that I've got currently. So I've just got them, they're guides at the moment, but those will be on like, so when you're trying to place, those will probably pop up as like red squares. So it's like you can't place anything in those. So if I tried to do that now and place something in here, it just disappears. So it means you couldn't do it. I'll probably change it that it doesn't delete it. It just doesn't place anything. But if we bring that back again, but if we place it in some place that's not, let's just chuck it in the middle of nowhere. Bang, it's now placed. And you can see it's also added a little guide underneath of it as well. So it means we can't place anything on top of that. But yeah, so that's probably what I'm going to be working on today, this week, is how all of that mechanic's going to work. Because realistically, if I come through our UI, recipe panel's done, the staff panel's done, objectives aren't done, cafe management is what I'm going to be working on now, review panel done, shop panel done, settings don't need to be done, and summary panel done. Okay, so we've got objectives and cafe management panel to go of core UI. Objectives is actually probably an easier thing to do, but it just requires content is the only thing, which I haven't built out. So yeah, we're going to be looking at the decoration stuff. So, oh, sorry. Yeah, I think the big thing here is there's a couple of layers to it. So obviously, yeah, there's the thing like being able to swap out the floor, walls, table, chair, and stuff like that. I think that's its own separate thing as part of this, and I'm still going to be doing that this week. But the main thing I'm doing at the moment is going to be the props, all that set up. So if I open up that cafe management panel again, so basically, if we come through here, so plant. If I click add, oh, I can actually click the button, but yeah, nothing happens. If I click add, this this panel closes, and then you're going to get that thing that you just saw a second ago. I mean, I'm going to be able to guide it, place it, and once you place it, it's then going to spend $25. So $20 if that's how much it costs. I mean, we're going to need a plant config and all that stuff, but anyway. If you clicked, I'm probably going to have to create some UI that when it's getting placed, the little thing pops up on the left, just giving you options thing. So it's like left click is going to be place, right click is going to be cancel, which I've already got set up. And when that happens, that's when you want the tile UI to then enable, and then it has a color just showing what's been selected. Okay, and then we've got edit mode. So this is then going to pop up, you got nothing under your cursor, but then you're going to be able to come over and click on items, and it's going to load a panel, which I haven't set up the UI for that, but load a panel, and then you can have an option to sell an item, or move it. And if you move it, it's going to add a component back onto it, allowing you to drag it to a different spot. Yeah. It's a lot of work. A lot of work's going to go into this, basically. So I think, realistically, I could probably not worry about the UI for quite some time. Obviously, it's how we want to trigger it, but one thing that is actually really annoying is this. It's like, I know it's in this, right? It's the floor. I don't know how to turn the blue selection off. Oh wait, it's just this. I'm so high. I've been playing around with this like all day, trying to figure, like all day for a while. Because like, say if I turn nav mesh on, right, you can do this and turn it off. So I was always been looking in here and disabling all settings in here, trying to get that to turn off, and it never turned off. But then I just saw this little panel, and I can just do that. That makes my life a lot easier. Right. So I think at the bare minimum, this screen's unlit as well. Look how grey that is, and then blue it is here. Okay, there it is there. So it's that. Unlit draw mode, but then turn on that. It's close. So it's going to be like that. That's basically the same color then. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I'm going to make a few changes to some things here. So we're going to have this grid. Tile map. Okay, we're going to need to make a new tile. I actually made it in paint. Shit, you not. And I literally just did this. I went 128. by 128, and let's just chuck in a red tile this time around. Save as PNG. Call this red tile. Now that I'm actually using this properly, let's chuck this in here. Another week of expenses. Anyway, so red tile needs to come in here. It needs to be a sprite, apply, single, apply, and here we're going to go 128. So it's the same as this guy. Because we don't actually want white tile anymore. So basically, yeah, white tile is these things that are selection, and it's basically set up in code. If we come in here, can be placed is we're checking against if a tile already has that white tile, and that's how you can't place something there. But we're actually going to change that to be red tile. So if we come over here, rename red tile, we're going to use that red guy instead. Grid, tile map. Grid, yeah, this guy, red tile. Oh, we actually need to make a tile out of it though. So if we go tiles, red tile. Oh, look at that! Wow, wow. Okay, so we can come back into this guy. This guy is now a tile, so we can actually assign that in the grid. Red tile, cool. And if we come to the tile map, we are going to have to erase what we have so far. So for that, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I know what they need to be, so it's fine still. Painting. All right, cool. And then we come back onto the paint. Could do a selection there, but okay. So now we've got this transparent red grid. So this is basically where you can't place anything. We had a ton of things we still need. Like, we've done a little bit of followers, but we probably should do rating stuff. I don't know. All right, so we've got that. I mean, we can test that now. Just double check. But now when I try to put an object in, it doesn't work. I put it there, but if I put it here, it adds a red border. Yep, cool. So I'm also thinking about having a blue tile, which I know it's probably not going to appear correct because we have blue floor, but I'm thinking like if we have, it's probably going to be this color. Save as PNG. Yep. Did I save that incorrectly again? I did. Love that. We come into this guy. Probably need to actually come in here properly. Oh, yes, we get it. Okay. Cool. If we chuck him in the tile palette, call him, yep, blue tile, that works for me. Is now what I'm thinking is come to the tile map. Hey Lex, thank you very much for the follow, it's much appreciated. So I'm thinking where we can place things, we chuck a blue selection. We'll have to see what it looks like, but blue on blue might look a bit weird, but give it a crack. Like, yeah, it's exactly what I thought. It's, you can't actually see it because of the floor, but obviously it will be more visible if the player changes what the default floor color is, which is what they can. So I think we can do that. So we quickly chuck play. We'll just make sure that red does override the blue. Yep. Just chucking multiple different places to check, but yeah, so that works. So we're gonna need some functionality then that is, chuck it in here and go blue tile. So we'll have to assign that. So we're not gonna need it at first, but when you do delete an object, we need to refill it with a blue tile, basically. Don't need to change that until we change the UI. Cool. I think should be enough for me to start moving on. So we basically want We don't want the grid to go on when we're trying to place an object. Okay, so how am I going to do that? So probably it's going to be this building system. Initialize with object. It's when we call this script. Because that's when we start, so maybe we go main tile map set active, or we just the whole grid object, maybe. Let's go tile map. M underscore main tile map dot need dot game object dot set active true. We need to be able to set this false now in a couple of places. So here is going to be false, and here is going to be false. This means by default, this guy is going to be turned off. We come into play now. It's working. And if we do that, we can see selection. And if we delete the object, it goes out. And if we place an object, oh, that was interesting. I can still right click here and it deletes the object, but it keeps the selection place. Okay, so there's a few things that we probably need to look at is going on there. It's because we're not nulling it out here. Okay, so actually this means we need to chuck false in here too, but we also need to go m underscore object to place equals null. Which now means, okay, so that should fix that problem. This is all kind of temporary code. I mean, some of it's temporary code, but okay, so we come in here, selection border comes up, closes, right click a ton of the stuff, and it doesn't change anything. Cool. Put another one over here, over here, over here. Alright, cool. So that's the selection border kind of working as I want it to, so that's sweet. Man, maybe I do UI now. No, I guess I can do the, oh, shit. The edit part. Okay, so this is probably going to be a little bit weird. We're going to have a public bool edit mode. I don't know if it needs to be a private set. We'll leave it as private set for now. Hey Lorenzo. So I am working on, I'll quickly click play. So the thing I've got up and running at the moment is like now you can like have items, I guess, that you can place in the scene. So you can see like this selection border. So I placed on a red tile, nothing gets placed. But these blue tiles in here, if I wanted to place an object there, I can place it. And you can see now it's updated the borders like that. So what I'm doing now, oh, that should have deleted the object if I do this. Bug. Anyway, that's not important for now. But I'm setting up some functionality now that you can enter, once you've placed it, you can enter an edit mode. And if you're in an edit mode, then you can delete those objects again. Or choose to move them around or something like that. Do I track an else and put the rest of it in there? Yeah, let's do it. I probably want to move what I can out of the update method eventually. I don't like really having anything in update, but for now, it's going to do its job. I think we have done some stuff with some raycasting. Yeah, it's this. Let's screenshot this and rewrite a version of that. How have you been lately, Lorenzo? Anyway, how's your game coming along? Adding water? Hell yeah. And what is the water going to be doing? Been a while since I've done one of these. It's fun, also complicated, just scenery at the moment. I'm adding rivers. Ah, cool. I'll quickly comment out this code. I did some work over the weekend for a couple of things that you might find cool, you might not. I don't know. Let me initialize all the game properly. So if you come through here, just make sure I've got recipes. Yeah, sweet. So periodically throughout the day, kind of little random events can occur. So I'll wait for one of them. Okay, so here's the first one. So this square is like placeholder asset, but it's going to be representing like, I don't know, like a wrapper on the ground or some trash that's on the ground that you've got to put into the bin. So you've got to pick it up, and when it does, this little bin is going to animate in, and you've just got to drop it into the bin. Second thing's not happening yet, and I'm trying. And then the next one, so well, multiple things happened here. The next one is a floor spill, so this could just be like, you know, someone spilled water on the ground or something like that. And for this one, you've got to kind of mop it up like that. The next one is something that can happen that stops a staff member working, is the equipment can malfunction, so it catches fire. So until that fire gets put out, whatever staff member was working on that can't do anything. So to do that, you just click and hold on it, and then it fixes itself. Some extra stuff that I did on the weekend, which is pretty cool. It's a placeable object, I think. Hello, Stubby. Yeah, I figured you're in the chat somewhat regularly. I think I've also got my brother as a mod as well. Just on the off chance that, you know, if anyone raids again, that, not that I don't think anything would go wrong. I think this category on Twitch is a pretty safe place, but might help. That's really good. How did you do the spill? Yeah, it's complicated. I'll open up the scripts for it. Well, the first part of it is it needed a shader for it, just to get like the UV data that you're going to be making transparent. So you're changing its alpha with a mask. And if we come to the spill itself, kind of a lot of maths basically. So it's ray casting to get it, but then it's going to be getting the UV based on what your, like where your mouse is. If we like erase it positions, this is the main erase data here. But yeah, it's basically just got a mask over the top of the image. And with the shader as well, it's like you're kind of just adding alpha over the image and it's masking it off. Yeah, it's quite involved. I had to do a bit of researching into this one, because if I looked at this code before having done this, I would have looked at this and I'm like, yeah, this is gibberish to me. So yeah, it took a bit of time. That's kind of why I wanted to do it over the weekend, of just like, rather than a stream of me just Googling multiple different things on like how to do something, I would just get it in. Hell yeah, Stubby, let's go. Okay, so if we're in the edit mode and we click on an object and it does return a placeable object, m_object to place equals object dot add component. I don't actually know if this is what I want to do yet, but just to test that this is going to be working, I can add this component back onto it. All right, so edit mode, we're not being able to set anyway at the moment. So let's just have like a toggle thing. So go if input dot get key down. Let's go key code. tab. Edit mode equals edit mode. Oh, here we go. And we can go like if edit mode. And we can turn the grid back on. Else turn it back off. That way I have a visual indicator that this feature is actually working. All right. So if we come in here, it should all be off. Okay, and we want to place a plant here. Click tab, comes back into edit mode. And if I click on this guy, cool. Okay, so it needs to clear that thing. Oh, it doesn't let me place though. So we need to initialize a lot of things when this happens, I think. That's cool. Basis of this is working. So how have you been, Stubby? Anyway, it's probably been, maybe it's like been a week since I've spoken to you last. Been up to anything cool? Initialize with object, plant one. That doesn't matter. Got third in Pokemon Cup this Saturday. Pretty hyped about that. That's awesome. Other than just work as usual. So do you actually play like the trading card game of Pokemon? Is that what it is? Or am I high and don't know anything? Oh, okay, so I think what this is probably going to be is there's some stuff that happens in start here. We'll think about it later. The trading card game. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't think I've ever... It's like I've had Pokemon cards before, but I think most kids probably had trading cards. But yeah, I don't think I actually ever legitimately played the game. Oh, because I've got edit mode on, I'm not doing the rest of this logic. Oh, that just means to get rid of this else, I think. I can't remember what the shortcut is. Alright, so for edit mode, we're going to chuck that back in, but we've initialized technically already. Let's try that again. Big question is, do you still have them? Because I have some of the most valuable. Nah, I don't. Nah, I'm very aware of the value of old Pokemon cards because yeah, I would probably say I would have had, if I ever kept them, I would have had first edition cards from ages ago. So that's why I'm like really kicking myself that fucking we got rid of them eventually, like whenever it was. I think it was when we moved states up here. We probably got rid of them. Yeah, fucking real sad. Actual idiot. Alright, place this here, and if we put into edit mode, grab this guy. Okay, so it instantly runs the code. I mean, this is kind of all like a lot of temporary code, so maybe... I know what I can do. It's going to be a bit gross, but... Just chuck that else back in. And... if edit mode, click on it. Edit mode, item selected. If edit mode and item selected. Oh, get rid of it. Do this, if edit mode and it's not selected. If it is selected is when we want to probably run this code. Too much code and update for my liking, but for proof of concept, this is probably as much as we need. Alright, let's come in. Wait, did I set? It's not getting set to false ever again. That's alright, I'm gonna need to test it once. Places, edit mode, pick it up, placed it. It worked, so we need to clear the tile if we ever pick it up again. Can I delete it as well? Oh yeah, it's not going to work because I didn't change that value back. This guy, when we place it, turn it back to false. When we destroy it, we turn it back to false. And if we destroy it here as well, we'll turn this back to false. Kind of think this through here. So we need to get that tile back somehow if we move it. So it's got to be when we do this part. Probably before we add the object drag. So what does place method do? Just remove stuff from it. Oh, wow. Placed equals true. Probably gonna have to look into what that value needs to be. So we probably need this, and we need another thing that's take area, but then the take area actually reverts the take area. So if we go into here, vector 3 start, take area. Instead of take area, let's say like revert area, and this is going to use blue tile. Revert area. All right, let's test this out. So if we come in, let's place this guy here, open up edit mode. All right, cool. Then clicking it, then filled that area back in. Oh, I needed to add some functionality for the edit mode thing. Okay. Okay. We'll re-look back into that. So we need to set edit mode. Oh, I'm doing some more stuff in here. That's right. Edit mode equals false. Actually, that's probably fake. If we're still in edit mode, we don't want it to turn off automatically anymore. Because you might want to edit multiple items. You don't want to have to keep going back into edit mode. So if edit mode item is selected, I'm gonna have to do item selected equals false, item selected equals false, and item selected equals false. That should be the fix now. Okay, so we come in, place it, edit mode. Okay, so something interesting is happening here. Just make sure we're not getting any errors. So pick it up. It's not letting me place it on the first click, the second click, or the third click. I wonder what is going on there. so let's run back through this. So when we're doing initialize with object, we are snapping it to a grid. I wonder if it's that. That's the problem. If we're edit mode, we already have the m underscore object to place dot transform equals pos. Maybe this is gonna work. So that's one of the things that we're gonna be doing here. So it means we can call this guy. Initialize with object. This is m underscore object to place true. No, dot game object dot. So run through the logic of this again. Got a weird feeling that like because we weren't doing that, is it was getting initialized at an incorrect spot when we go to then edit it. Okay, yeah, something wacky is definitely going on here. So I should be able to place that, but it's not working correctly. Oh, is it literally... If I'm clicking on the object, it doesn't work, but if I click on the tile, bottom left of the tile. But I don't think that's happening when I just place normally, right? I can just be like, yeah, put one there, and it works. Okay, so what else is different? So... object to place, place. Take area. I don't really want to get start position. Okay. public void restart. I'd really like this. Shouldn't matter. Like the size of this thing doesn't change, but look, we'll try it. So it's not selected. Initialize with auth object is here, and then we probably also want to do obj.restart. And we run it back. Place him here, come back in here. Okay, no, something's still happening. It's like I can easily place things like that, but say if I wanted to move them to here, I've got to be really precise about where I'm like clicking for some reason. So I wonder if there's some overriding functionality that's then causing that to break. We can test that by coming into oh. Wow, okay, yeah, I'm dumb. Yeah, so what's happening, what this bug has caused, if anyone can probably see it, is I've got these two if statements. So let's say we're coming into here, we're turning that to false. So that means by the time we get to this if statement, this is going to hit. So then because we're clicking on the object, we're instantly doing the raycast again. So to fix that, we shall turn this guy into an else if. Means I did just add a bunch of random code that's not actually needed, but it is what it is. All right, so come in here, so let's put a plant down, and then we come into edit mode, pick it up, and put it over here. There you go, it's working. Cool. Yeah, so that's what the problem was. Test, you go over here, you go over here, and you go over here. Yeah, okay, that's working. That is cool. Okay, so that's the edit mode done. Then if we want to delete it, pick it up and go right click it, pick it up, right click it, pick it up, right click it. That is cool. That is cool. Classic double dipping. Yep. It's kind of like the big things. Like this is why, like, as a working in the industry, is like you try to avoid, where possible, putting things in update. At least at my company, that's what we did. So it's the fact that I've got all of this happening in update, I hate, and I'll probably 100% refactor this so it's not all in update. Because yeah, things like this can happen, where if like you're having things called in a separate, it's just easier to read rather than this big piece of crap that I'm writing at the moment. That is okay. It works. It does what it needs to do. Honestly, it's probably why the two of us probably has so many problems, because I guarantee if I were to go through the two of us code, there'll probably be a ton of shit in update. Okay. So two things I want to do. We can start on the UI side of things. No. So I want to work out how saving is going to work on this. Ugh, crap. I don't know how this is going to work, so this will probably be... Oh, so the tile map is infinite. That is not convenient at all. Alright, time for a cheeky Google. Okay, what I should probably actually do as well, turn this guy back on, is... I probably need to add red tiles out here. It's just like, I'd much prefer it if I could cut the size of the tile map, that it's not an infinite thing, which I'm pretty sure it is, so... yeah. Mode. Yeah, okay. So what I'm thinking then is like, do I need to add, like, where's a tile palette? Do I need to do like this? Come over here and just go like, probably here. That didn't work. Do I need to do this? God, that looks horrible when that happens though. No, I really don't want to have to do that. Crap. So because of that, what if we do a white tile? What would that look like out here? Not great. Because I don't want them to be able to like place things out here for obvious reasons. I wonder if I can make like a transparent tile. Oh wait, no, I think the way I can do it is it needs to be placed on a blue tile, which is going to be the tiles that are in here. That way I don't have to do any of that snot. Yeah, okay. Nah, I think I'm happy with that then. Alright, so I'm going to need to chuck a Google. I guess we're technically painting with this, right? So let's debug this and see what it's returns. Continue. Should be another null ref in here somewhere. It's fine. Okay. So we place it. Don't want you. Yeah. So start -8 3 0. Continue. So does that mean I'm pretty sure it'll work this time around, but if we come out here, I like out here, I think is like 0. Yeah, okay. Which is irritating. It is irritating. Zero definitely should be down here. Crap. Oh, okay, this could be messy, but I'm gonna save our things. Another push of building mechanic. All right. So I'm going to screenshot this. It's got down here, just so we know this is what it should look like when it's done. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a 3D object, make a cube. 0.00 point, set its transform, and then on the Y, just make a very large pole. That's our 0, 0 point. So if we move the cafe, to probably, it's gonna need to be here. Here, I'm guessing is gonna be correct. Yeah, no, you don't like that. Move the 0, 0 point now. Gonna need to move the camera. Probably be brought across a little bit more to like here, which means it can probably come in a tad more. It's probably something like that. -9. Oh, holy. -9. What about 7.5? What's that gonna look like? Yeah. That's good enough, I think. So because of that, the reason we're doing that, I guess, as a reason to explain, is I'm saving all of the save data in a grid. So if I open up the game data here, cafe decorations is in a grid. So 2D array, so we can go 0, 1, 0, 2, or whatnot. So the hope is now that if I come in here and place, I'm not in play mode, so that's not helpful at all. When you're ready, come on. Oh, so we got an error over here, that's why. Yeah, we get it. You don't like it. So if we place one down here. Not what I was expecting. It is -14, -2. This should be 0, 0. Or is the 0... Right, that's 0. Vector 3 in. Where are we getting vector 3 in from? Okay, we'll keep doing some more debugging, I guess. -9 on the X. So if I come over here, what's that? -13 on the X. Okay. -4 on the X. Really creepy, because I think I can see what's going on. And if we come, so it's... Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on? Hello? There you go. 4. 1, 2... It's not going to let me post it outside of there. Let's just chuck another one out here again. That's 0, 0. It is quite literally the same distance of where it was last time. Huh. Oh. I know why. Because I moved the grid at the same time. Yeah, so if we come into the scene view, play, I placed it out here and I didn't. Oh, what the hell? I've had a dude hidden out here the entire time. Oh no, the game's still running. So that's that's 0, 0, 0 out here, and I moved all of the cafe incorrectly. Now I can already know, but I moved the grid at the same time, so the 0 point never would have changed. So to fix that, I'm gonna grab... Hell, is it even just gonna be the grid? Oh, of course that's not gonna save with it. I mean, I can see where 0, 0 is just by looking at that, right? Grid, and we can move it. Alright, and then we come down here. So it's like that. So if we make this, screenshot that now. I have to do a little bit of painting. If we move the grid to be -14 and then -2 on the Z. Okay, but then we turn the tile map back on. Obviously all of this is going to be wrong. I think we actually can... Selection that. There you go. Move it all across. So hope is now if we turn off the center point and come back inside. If we try to place this guy down here now, it is now at 0, 0. That is very good. Oh, this is going to be so cool when this works. Alright, continue. I'm ready, yeah. My body is ready. I said, if we come up here, just want to double check a couple things at 0, 10. So nothing moved on the X, and we moved on the Y. Cool. I mean, there's still a little bit of work to go, but that's good that I've got the grid now working. I'm going to save the changes for this. and just go centering tile map. But now we can actually get the size of the grid. I probably should have kept this playing actually. I'll just put it on the whiteboard next to me. So we've got, oh, it's not even gonna let me place the thing up there, is it? I mean, I can probably cheat and go over here. While it's in play mode, I can do whatever I want. So let's just paint here. So now we can get the top corner as well. Okay, if we come back to game, and if we place, well, I'm about to do something that we already know, but if we place one here, that's going to be 0, 0. Write that down. And if we go up to the, then click continue on here, come up to the far corner up here, 11:15. So now we've got our grid size because of that. Continue, turn it off, should revert the colors up there. Yeah, it did, cool. All right. Can already see that there is going to be some complexity in this. Hey, Warmaster, how's it going? Happy Tuesday or happy Monday, depending on where you live. Well, yeah, look, it's not too bad for a Tuesday. Yeah, there's not much else to say. Just yeah, it is what it is. All right, turn this guy off. So we need a way now to save what you're working on. This is a game called Cafe Haven, which is a cafe management tycoon sort of game. But yeah, currently the main thing I'm working on, so I'm having a feature in, I need to turn this guy off. Having a feature in that you're able to kind of place props basically around your cafe, just like the example I've got at the moment. If I click play, is you can place like a plant, is like the kind of test asset I've got at the moment. It's like one of these. And then if I wanted to edit it, I could like move it over here or whatever. Yeah, I'm trying to work out now how I'm going to get that to work with my save file. So I've just got the size of what the grid is in here. So I'm just going to need a way to save like prop IDs to a grid. So for that, we are probably going to need to make some more scripts. What about you, Mortmaster? Just because you're in this category, I assume. You also a game dev? Or maybe just a game enjoyer? Not currently a game dev. I do dev work, but considering dabbling some. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I've worked, professionally worked in game development for 2.5 years. I used to work at a game studio, but now I'm just an indie dev. But you know, I've been around game development for around 7 years, so. Let's go public int m underscore prop E. Awesome. Yeah, what sort of dev work do you do? To repeat Stubby's question, I guess. Probably need a public game object prefab. I work with hardware for the FFO. We build hardware prototypes, then program the hardware for aspects. Oh yeah, sick. Sounds very involved. No, I called it something different. That's annoying. Prop config, and let's just call this plant 1. ID is going to be 1. Game objects is that. We're probably going to need, let's have a look. We mostly use Python, but in my degree, I studied C#, ASP on that, and focused on web dev. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I've been using C# just because it's the code that Unity uses by default. So I've been using that for what, like 7 years. Even then, I wouldn't say I'm super experienced in it. Like a good programmer in C# would be able to style on me with the things that they would know, but I know enough to at least do all my game development stuff for the most part anyway. So we're gonna need to make a new list and call this one prop list. Remove components, scripts, lists. Prop list. That's all that matters anyway. Exactly. You're exactly right. Let's pin this. And just so I can see how I've set up ingredients, I've just instanced it. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so instance it, have a list of that, and just have a get of it as well. Okay. So, I guess if you wanted to dabble into some game dev, what sort of games are you thinking about making? I guess, or what sort of games do you enjoy as well? Casually string together multiple lines of code at a time and debug most issues in seconds. Yeah. Fair call. I would want to build one. Yeah, I mean FPS. I mean, I played tons of FPS as well. definitely a very involved game to make. I think you can make some like small scale FPS sort of games, but I think, I don't know, if you have an interest in FPS, you're probably not super interested in making it too small scale. Top-down adventure RPG. Yeah, top-down, love top-down. Adventure RPG. I reckon I don't want to ever be a person that tries to scare anyone, but I would say, I mean, if it's, obviously if you're just dabbling in it and you're trying to, it's kind of just a hobby, it's probably fine to do it, but RPGs are very scary to make, just because the scope of them is very, I mean, you can make a small scoped RPG, so I'm scaring myself out of an RPG, but it's just like, yeah, obviously they can get very large in scope, so it's always a bit daunting to take on something like that, but it's like, if it's just the kind of like something you're working on the side as a hobby, I think that's probably fine. I've like, I'll try and open something. Where do I have these saved? These games, like, how many of these? Two of Us Rebuild, spoilers, Side Scroller, Rags to Riches, New RPG, like, these are all, this one, Cafe Heroes, another cafe thing I was doing. Like, these are all projects that I've worked on before, and how many of them? So we got Rags to Riches, what were you, can't remember what you were, but it says RPG, Elements was an RPG, Elements, Card Prototype was an RPG. So I've got like 6 or 7 dead projects in there at the moment that are all RPGs, and for me it's just like, yeah, RPGs, probably one of my favorite genres of game. I play a ton of RPG games, but I think Thor is a person who's in this category, Pirate Software. He kind of said it the best, is like, with working with RPGs, kind of the scary part about it, last edited 2023, yeah, that sucks, dude, is a lot of the stuff that you make in an RPG is throwaway content. Like, it's, take like a cutscene, for example, right? Is like, if you make a cutscene, it's used once, never used again. Obviously, if the game gets replayed. Where a game like, I mean, let's just say what I'm doing at the moment, right? You know, I've got like a recipe panel. It's like, I've made that and that gets used for the entire game, sort of thing. But I think that's the thing that's always scared me about RPG. But I think I've always got an RPG on my like list of games I want to make. And it's just like, if I can, my goal is to kind of like pump out a couple of small scale games first. But like, if those go somewhat well, that I'm able to start generating like a little bit of income from it, like, I probably will start on an RPG, because I would find that the most fun thing to do. Alright, so we've got this prop list. I can imagine there's an art form around reusing certain things in a way that doesn't make an RPG feel stale. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I think my biggest tip I would ever give to anyone is just try, like, even though I don't like game design documents, and I've said that a couple of times on stream, but it's just like, kind of plan what you want the game to be, and just like try your best to stick to that version of it, just to get it out. Obviously, if you ever get to the end of the project and you want to add more stuff into it, that's fine, and you can do it at the end. But like, for the sake of trying to get a project done, is just decide on your scope at the start-ish, and try your best to stick to that, because I think that the more features that you keep adding into it, the more bloated the project comes. And that's for me, it's like where I come to some of these other projects, like this card prototype. I think I'd spent a lot of time on this. If I open up like the scripts, yeah, so this is like a pretty big thing. I did tons of different functionality onto it, but I just kept adding more and more features into it, and I got to a point where I was just like, oh man, working on this is going to be a nightmare, and then I just stopped working. Obviously, I was also working full-time, and I've mentioned on stream before that like I really sucked at trying to do any personal projects while working full-time, but yeah. And yeah, Stubby, you're absolutely right with reusing certain things in a way that doesn't make an RPG feel stale. Even though it's noticeable, like, so I've mentioned before on stream, I play World of Warcraft, and WoW is really good at reusing assets where possible, and it doesn't make it feel stale. Like, if you go back to like their classic versions of the game, like their cave layouts and stuff like that, and buildings is, yeah, they reuse things a lot of way, but they're able to like, yeah, place things slightly differently and stuff like that, where they're reusing a ton of stuff, but it feels different enough that it's just like, oh, this is still cool. My goal is to start a small project, get simple graphics, character moving on screen, and have a stated goal for the character to accomplish. Oh, you never get me. Yeah, that's awesome. That is the best thing that I can see there is like starting small. Great. They have this methodology. I definitely showed this on stream as well. Is open up here. It's a minimum viable product. Is, you know, a lot of people that make RPGs sometimes are doing something that's like on this first thing. I should probably zoom in on this a little bit if I can. No, I can't. Okay, that's a bit cringe. Is, you know, the game's only complete and what you want it to be when it reaches step 4, but at steps 1, 2, and 3, it's not a game. It's just tons of features that is like kind of there, where for the most part you should try and make something like the bottom thing where it's like, even at step 1, the game's still playable. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles that it's going to be at step 5, but it's at least you're able to get through it. So yeah, that's like starting small. Awesome, because that's what it is there. Starting small is that you've got the minimum viable product, which if you work in the industry, you've probably heard MVP, but yeah. All right. So a problem that I'm thinking I'm going to run into that I haven't really thought about is if I come into my assets that I've got in here, right? So I've got prefabs, interior. I think I'm using, I mean, we could like look at on that. There's just actually floor, lamp, kitchen. I mean, I'll open up their prop folder. It's like potentially that I can add in all of these other things, but my concern is, and maybe it's just a limitation that I just have, is I think the way that my save file is going to be set up is all the props are just going to be one by one, all squares you can chunk, but it would be nice if I could have like, I don't know, you know, if you wanted to try and make it look cooler, maybe you have like a couch or something against the wall or something like that, but that's going to take up more than one grid space, and I don't really know how my build system can handle that, but I don't know how I'm going to make that work with my save system. So I think at the moment I'll just work on all my props being one by one, and then potentially build on top of that if we want to add other props. But so I think what we're going to do is come to the game data. When we're doing... Hey, thank you very much for the follow, Warmaster. Much appreciated. When we're doing all of this initializing stuff, let's... There's all fake stuff in here, so let's chuck it in here. Go m_cafe decorations equals new int 2D array. And this was going to be 12, 16, I think. Obviously, tons of magic numbers in here, and we'll have to initialize this at some point, because obviously there's going to be different cafe sizes that I'm going to need to fix, but yeah. Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's all good, man. Yeah. that's like, if there's one thing that like I feel good about doing, is it's like it's just giving any advice I can. It's like, obviously I'm not a industry veteran, like, you know, I worked at a game studio for 2.5 years, but I think given that, and then also you know, I've still been around the game industry longer than that, is like, if I can impart any knowledge, I think that's cool. Calms the voice. Yeah. All right, cafe decorations. We've got the size of it. The building system is probably going to be... okay, I can see a problem that's going to eventually get run into. I think the grid should actually not be a child of the cafe. So let's put him down as a manager. Anyway, just because that's an instance thing, and I am going to have an instance where I was going to have it, the tier 1 cafe has its own grid, the tier 2 cafe has its own grid. But because it's instance, the second one getting enabled would delete something, so I don't want that happening. So I think we just have one, and it's just going to be able to grow, and I mean, the grid's unlimited, but... Alright, so... let's come to the building system. We're going to have to do something silly here, I think. We're gonna have to do a lot of things to do with data in here. So let's go private void update grid data. So it means we want to grab the config. Can we get a prefab from that? Or we just store the ID? Okay. So basically what we're wanting to do, so we've got this X and Y from this, and we're wanting to fill that in with some data. Okay, so instead of this, we're going to have a... This is all just test data for... Oh no, is it going to be test data? Okay, yeah, for testing purposes, we'll make it test data. So in here, we're going to have a prop config called plant 1. We're going to comment this guy out. Actually, what we might even do... Call it plant 1 config. So basically, anytime that we're doing something with this, which is only once actually, so that's good. Plant 1 config dot prefab. So it means when we come down here, update grid, let's have a vector 3 int grid, and then the config we store, maybe prop config. So in here, we're going to want to go game data dot, oh wow, okay. I mean, you're only going to be able to buy at the start and buy, so I think it's fine for, because you're not going to be able to buy midday, so it's fine if we save this straight away. Yeah, okay, so we're going to go game data equals game data instance. We're going to grab an int array grid data equals data dot get cafe decorations, and then we're going to go grid data grid dot x and grid dot y equals config dot prop ID. So that's going to add in here. So I think we can in here a lot of temporary data that I don't really like that I'm using, but it's okay. Update grid data. Put in start and then plant1 config. We need to dynamically change this based on what we're going to be doing in UI, but for now we don't actually have that. That's fine. So that's how we're upgrading the grid data. Oh man, okay, private void load data. I think we technically don't need to save data in here because whenever we're updating the grid, oh, and if we're clearing, bool clear equals false. Update grid data. Actually, it doesn't even need to be that. I think let's get rid of that and create a new method. It's going to be called. Oh, but it should. No, it's not. Just chatting to myself. Clear grid data. Vector 3 int grid. Equals 0. I think we do that. Back and forth on that idea. Yeah. It's because, like, you know, programming wise, it's like I'm doing the exact same thing with just like one variance. So it's just like, I know realistically that should just be one method. And then I could just have a flag that then does one thing or the other, but then I'm like needing to feed in a config when realistically the config doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. Clear. It's going to make it easier for me to just realize what's going on. So I'm happy enough with it. All right. So that's how we're going to save it. Now we need a way to initialize this guy and then place objects based on our save file. So this is something that I don't really know what we're doing yet. So I think it's going to be something like, definitely going to need this. And then we're going to need this again. And then we're going to have to loop through everything. So we're going to go for int I equals grid data length I++. And for int j, love it when it auto-fills everything I need. Maybe I should add something in the list now and go look up prop. It's like it knows your brain. Yeah. Love that for me. Public, we'll make this a prop config actually. Look up prop, take an int ID. So that, or I can just make a dictionary. Has a key and then a config. Dictionary is cleaner. Because otherwise I'm going to be looping through props in here. No, I'll keep it as this. Even though I've got dictionaries elsewhere. I don't know. For each var prop in if prop dot id is equal to id. What happened then? Return prop. Else, wait, what am I doing else? Return null. So if we come back to this guy. If grid data ij does not equal 0. That means we've stored a value in that grid. Oh, do you like this nested statement that's just going to keep going deeper and deeper? So if it doesn't equal 0, we need to grab the config. So let's go prop config equals prop list dot instance dot lookup. I said instantiate. Why did it do that? Lookup prop grid data ij. Do want to probably have a null check in here, so go if config does not equal null. We want to do something more nested statements. Very good. If it does not equal null, we'll want to spawn in that data. I wonder if it's as simple as doing take area. Actually, there's a few things we probably need to do here. Okay. So we basically need to be doing. Put this on a second screen so I can see what we've done previously. So can be place object to place object to place. Who are you? Is a placeable object. placeable object. Object to place, game object. Just trying to initialize with object. And that's when we're getting this. So we probably need to do some of that stuff. So let's go. Need to get the component on it of placeable object. Okay, there's probably a way that I can make this cleaner. But it's better if it's a game object. So just do it the gross way. Do it the gross way. You said it. You said it. All right. So it means we're going to need to set that object to place. So I'm going to go m underscore object to place. We should probably actually create a new thing. Placeable. Come on. Object equals config dot prefab dot get component placeable object. Okay, so then we can go obj dot place. But that's gonna destroy drag. We need to be setting its position. So it's snapping to a grid. Take area, the grid layout world. So object get start position. Okay. So probably actually need to weld to cell. We need cell to weld. I need the opposite way around. I mean, we can do the rest of it. So we go vector 3 int start m underscore grid. Ooh, hello equals m underscore grid layout dot weld to cell m underscore object to place dot get start position. Okay, we're gonna have to do extra math here, but that's fine. We go take area start dot m underscore object to there, m underscore object to place, which we haven't actually set yet. So I think we just do obj. Object to place dot size. Okay, so we should probably instantiate set item. So let's actually do this. pos. I'm gonna have to do some math for that in a second. It's fine. When were we instantiating this bad guy? It's prefab. It is simply going to be m underscore. We didn't even call it m underscore, I don't think. I think we called it just plant1 config dot prefab. We need to be setting the pos, which we don't have set anywhere yet. Transform. No, it's not even that. It's going to be vector 3. Vector 3. Pos. Not initialized, yeah. Okay. So, finish this coffee off. Alright. Now we can lock in. So, we have a position in the grid. I wonder if it's like m underscore grid pos equals m underscore grid. Grid layout. We have m underscore tile map dot cell to local, cell to weld, I think maybe. And then here, I think we do I, J, 0, F. So I need to create a new thing. So go vector 3 int cell pos equals new vector 3 int I j, and I'm fairly sure, yeah, it was 0 on the Z. So we can go cell to weld, cell pos. Oh. Oh, shit. Config is getting the ID through that. I mean, look, we can try it out and see what breaks. That's my favorite part of game development, is just send it. Send it and see what breaks. Okay, so we need to put him in here. We have the prop list, which has this in here. Cool. So just so all the save data works properly, we'll need to start from the main menu. Hey, Pub Paradox, thank you very much for the raid with 4 viewers. One of Stubby's mates, right? Much appreciated. Alrighty, let's create a new save file. Now, technically speaking, I do have this set up that we should be updating the grid data if we do place anything. So we probably can place it in the 4 corners. Didn't get any errors, which is nice. How you going, Paradox? How's your stream? Damn, they didn't save. That's because I'm a clown. And I didn't actually call load data anywhere. I'm pretty sure I've done this every instance of me doing this, of loading save data, I've forgotten to call load data. It's pretty good. I was playing Rocket League, so you know. Ugh, yeah. I haven't played Rocket League for a very long time, but I've got a mate that still somewhat plays it, I think. And yeah, man, that game brings out something else in him. Clear the save again, and we'll run it back. Place in the 4 corners. Alrighty. Please work. Please, I beg of you. God dang it. At least we've got an error to work off of. What's the kick a child? That reminds me of you guys know oh, what's his name? Super like, I was about to use an Aussie slang term to describe him, but that wouldn't work for you guys. Oh, what's his name? He's like, the Australian term I was going to use was bogan. Oh, what is he? He's a comedian that's like, I guess what do you even call it in America? Like redneck sort of dude, but like, oh man, what's his name? Oh man. Hillbilly, there you go. Theo Von.
That's when you feel God working. When you pet a dog, a strange dog.
That's not even the clip anyway. Anyway. Or is it? No, it's not. But yeah, the clip that I'm talking about, it's like Theo Von is just like, ugh, makes you want to kick a fat kid at Walmart or something like that. Terrible American accent. Apologize for that. Yeah, that's kind of what you made me think of when Paradox said that. I want to kick a child. All right, so the error we've got is on line 34. Return. Okay. Return transform. Vertices. That was peak. Do more redneck. So load data. Just want to make sure we're doing this correctly. We are instantiating the object. We are getting the component. We are running place. .276. So it is this guy that it doesn't like. Grid layout, well to sell, get start position. Return transform point m vertices 0. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is if vertices equals null equals null. There you go. Let's do this. So I'm thinking what's happening is, like, even though technically speaking, when this object gets spawned, it should be running the start code. I know there is some problems sometimes that when you instantiate an object, it's going to try and do things before the start even gets run. So I'm going to add a null check in here that if they don't exist, we are going to recalculate the size. Will this work? Who knows? An old yee brother. Is that like a common term? Is that a common redneck hillbilly term? I thought the common thing was like, hell yeah, brother. New thing of these. Bang, 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 bang. Alright. That one too. Alright, we still got errors. Hell yeah. So error in a different spot this time, but it's still part of 242. Man, what is going on? Index outside of the array, 1242. We'll debug that. Turn this guy off. Awesome. Catch you later, Warmaster. Oh, shit. You're giving me a plug as well, man? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Alrighty. Okay, well, I can potentially already see why this is going to be causing an error. Maybe. Wait, grid.x equals -1, grid.y equals -1. That's not good. Like, the scene hasn't even loaded. So, of course, there's not going to be any data yet. Do that, you degenerates. Holy. Alright, so update grid data is getting done through this, which means we were trying to take area. Okay, there's multiple things we need to be debugging in here, I think. So probably this guy first. We run it back. If any of my people still, they love it, it's okay. Okay, I'm gonna say, like, holy, do I... Sheesh. Alright, can confirm. Alright, start. Zero. Okay, well. Alright, we're gonna have to load through this data as well. Let's see. Well, you guys do you. Also, I just got these modes in for my artist and I'm in love. Let's have a squeeze. Sorry, I zoom in a little bit. Okay, that's awesome. He's just waiting for the Stockholm signature to kick in. Alrighty, let's step through this guy. So we come through here, grid data. So 0, 0 does have a prop in it. There's a second one there and a second one there. Okay, so the save data does have the information that we need. It's just not loading the objects correctly. So let's step through this. So 0, 0 does equal something, so this should work. So we come down here. Config equals plant 1. So it doesn't equal null, so we kind of come into here. Cell pos equals 0, 0. That's correct. Pos equals 0, 0, 1. Interesting position. That should be good. So start, grid layout, cell gap, cell size 1, X, Z, Y, rectangle, base, grid layout, well to cell. So potentially start position is being incorrect. That is what is causing the problem. So let's turn that off and have a look at start position. Who are you? Get collider. So it's going to be running this code first. Get collider vertex positions local. It's going to be running through this. It's going to grab the collider. Set up a new array. Collider center. I'm guessing we probably have to debug this guy now as well. Got to turn it on. Love that for me. So how many wins did you get, Paradox, anyway, on Rocket League? Catch any fat W's? Alright. You can win at that game. Apparently. I've heard a rumor. Okay, so I think there's an... That shit must be better than trucks. I think there's an offset issue. So if I were to come into... Wait a second. It just loaded in. Down here, look at him. He exists. Yeah, okay, so what's happening is it is 100%, it's loading in at the correct values that it thinks, but if we come into here, was my grid like hella busted down here? Is that that's actually where it should be. That plant sure is planting in the wrong spot. So it should be here. However, it's planting here, so we're not snapping it to a grid. So that's probably a tad annoying. So I mean, we can add offset. If we artificially add offset. I think so. So I think my grid's always going to be the bottom left, so we can always add X and Z. So that's going to be in this guy. So we can go pos dot. So we can go vector 3, call it new pos, equals pos.x plus 0.5. This needs to be new vector 3, I think. New vector 3, pos.x plus 0.5f, 0 pos.z plus 0.5f. New pos. I think by adding this offset, it should not break. It's probably a lie, probably will break. Yeah, so they all loaded. That's cool. That is cool. That's all I can say about that. So let's do a bit of trickery to make sure it is working. Let's go like... It's like each table, let's like surround in plants. Sorry, I'm lost as well, but fascinated. Yeah, so I guess what I've been working on today is building in this like placement feature of like you're able to put things into the cafe. A lot of it's all set up to just work. Like it's going to work from a bit of UI. So if I open up the UI, come into this guy, is like there'll be like kind of a shop that you can like buy things from, and after you buy it, you can place it in the cafe. So yeah, I've set up actually placing everything. So the thing that I've been setting up this morning is actually saving it. So if I place all that now, close it realistically in Unity, if I don't have a save file set up, is those all should just be deleted because I've only added them into the scene. They're not actually into the game, I guess. It's a complicated way of explaining it. But as you can see now, because I've got this, it's set up with the save file, is it saves all of the data of where I've placed everything. Yeah. No, I didn't model this myself. I suck at 3D modeling. All of its paid assets. Yeah, if I were to spend the time to model everything that's in this game, I would probably easily be adding like an extra 6 to 8 months of game development time. So it's, yeah. It's a no from me. I reckon eventually I'll probably have to relearn how to model. But because I'm trying to like quote unquote rush a couple of games out, yeah, I don't want to be spending time relearning that. But I think after I've got a couple of games under my belt and, you know, hopefully they're generating some income for me, I think I'll probably get to the point where if I create a game, I'll create every asset that's in the game. That just, yeah, it'll, one, save me money, but it will just add time onto projects. All right, so something just got deleted then, which is interesting. That's a bug. Trying how to use Blender and Unity, but it's like pulling teeth. Yeah, I mean, Blender's like, the way Blender's set up, it's like the same as most 3D programs. I think when I learned it, 3D modeling, I was using Maya, Autodesk Maya. I think it was Autodesk. Yeah, Autodesk Maya. Which is like, that's like up there of like industry standard sort of thing. So I did that at university, but yeah, it's tough. It is tough. All right. So what I want to do now is to make sure that my other features are working. So if I move all of these, I'm just going to put them all into a straight line now. Clear you, clear you, clear you. I don't know if that clear functionality is going to work actually, and this guy is probably still going to have something. So this is the new bit of save data. I've used Autodesk Sketchbook for art and stuff. Oh yeah. Okay, so for the most part it worked. There was a bug with that. You can see there. For some reason, one of those things is disappearing, which it shouldn't be. That's definitely just a bug with my code. I can roughly guess where that's going to be. Like if I click somewhere out here first. Okay, it's just hard deleting everything. But for the most part, this is working as intended. Move, move. I mean, let's just delete them all now. So there's still going to be one. So it's because of the bug that's over there. Clear him out. Probably should have closed edit mode first. Alright, cool. So that's that save file working, which is awesome. Oh, I thought that was going to be a bit trickier than that, but we've got it working. That's cool. But the reason I'm trying to do Unity and all this for my VTuber model so I can redesign it and all that. Yeah, I have no idea how VTuber models work, but you edit it in Unity? What's the reason for editing it in Unity? I assumed it would kind of all just be Blender, then it's like all animations and stuff set up in there, but that said, zero idea how any of that works. Alrighty, let's assets reconcile offline. Filters and simplicity. Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, I am somewhat knowledgeable in Unity. Like, I've been using Unity for like 6-7 years. But that said, I guess the way that I use it and the way that you use it is probably different. So I'm not sure if much of my knowledge translates across. I don't know. Because obviously I use it for game development sort of things, not for anything else. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Alright, so save data's done. I guess it's time to create UI. Okay, so prop config. Sure, dude. So public int m_cost. Lost in thought. What am I doing? So this guy. What am I doing? Hello. Okay, well, let's just get started. Lurk so I can nap for my booty plundering appointment tonight. Sea of Thieves. Hell yeah. Cool. Yeah. Enjoy. Alright, scripts, UI, create a new dude in here. Called Cafe Management. Godspeed. So making sure I'm calling this right thing. Yeah, okay, I do always call it panel. That's fine. to the bare minimum. Let's have serialized field, private, game object. Call this one m underscore decoration parent. Upgrade parent. There's gonna need to be, let's go like decoration. Tooltip, which we don't have set up yet, but it'll be around. Let's have a public void. This is a button, so enter, edit mode. So m underscore decoration parent set active false, decoration tooltip true. So this is now, we want to come back to the building system, and we're going to be getting rid of this guy. Come down here and go public void, enter edit mode. Edit mode equals true, m underscore tile map dot game object dot set active true. Building system instance, enter edit mode. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, that's going to do what we want it to do. All right, let's at least do... this. Cafe, he doesn't have anything to do with this yet, so we got cafe management panel, decoration parent, don't have a tooltip yet. They have upgrades parent. So for now, let's just comment this guy out. Enter edit mode, exit button. Set active false, come into the HUD, top panel, cafe settings, I think it's this guy, and U-turn, game object set active true. We come into here now, see if this is going to work. So we go, let's place this guy here. Holy shit, what is going on? Something's breaking. Update grid data. Okay, so it's because I haven't initialized the game properly. A little bit annoying, but scenes. Load him. So if we come in and place this guy here, we can open up this panel now, go edit mode. Didn't close that off, but we can see this, we can move it to here. We just don't have a way to turn it off. Okay, so there's a couple of things we probably need to check there. So I noticed clicking edit mode was not turning off the decoration. Oh, needs to turn off everything. Okay, if that's the case, it means we actually don't need to turn it off. Have that commented out because we will need to do that at least. But what it should actually be doing, you got some mad scientist hair vibes going on. Thanks. It just does what it does. Do what you want with that information. Edit mode. So this guy also needs to set this panel off. Alright, we run that back. Yeah, my hair sort of just does whatever it wants. It's like wake up in the mornings, like might pat it a little bit, and it's just like, you do you. Alright. Okay, that just disappeared, but that's a bug that I'm aware of. So let's place one of these. Edit mode. And then we're going to have a tooltip thing that's here. And then you can say exit edit mode, and then it will close it out. Okay. Just need to BRB real quick. Flashbang. Do this the same way that I normally do it. BRB. I need to actually put it into white, would help. BRB. Scuffed BRB image, but I'll be right back. That's fine. Yo, I'm back. Okay, so let's create. Get rid of the 0 point now. We've done its job. Yeah, keep it going. It's fine. We want to create. Okay, actually, I do now see the problem. Is this panel is going to be disappearing? So maybe we have a HUD panel now. Because this guy is going to be getting turned off. I'm going to be creating one of these guys. Alright, so let's take who has the least amount of things that I would want to be getting rid of? Info panel. Top panel. Let's take the info panel. Let's come down here. Time panel, start date panel. It's kind of round about that. I'm going to call this edit mode panel. Oh, nice. It's got my post-processing on it. There you go, so I can turn that on. Or off, I should say. So, $90. Get rid of these guys at the bare minimum. Edit mode 0. Width, nope. Height. And a lot of this, I keep thinking, it was like, man, I'm turning this in. I probably shouldn't say anything derogatory, but I was about to call out a game dev company. Can't do that. But yeah, I can already see a lot of UI on the screen at once, but I know I'm probably going to have a thing to hide this so it's not always on screen. Potentially the same for this. This definitely is not going to be shown all the time, but I guess everything is just going to be active at the start because I'm working on it, so that's fine. I can live with that. So we're going to come in here. Title. Oh, wow, the anchoring of this is really going to annoy me. Because of that, how about we change this back to 0? Can we just make the BG? Oh, it already had rotation on it. -90. I wonder if we can have it like that. Yeah, look. Oh, it's not even anchored at all properly, by the way. So let's delete the title for a second. Let's change this BG guy. was so weird. Oh my lord. Alright, anyway. I'm messing around way too much on this, and it doesn't really matter. Okay, here we're going to have a Text Mesh Pro UI, auto size, Bolton. We need... Are those not blue? Oh, they are. Okay. Paste. Edit mode. Let's max it out at 55 maybe. My gosh, I'm exhausted, man. Alright, we're gonna have footer. It's going to be anchored at the bottom of this panel. Honestly, that size, I don't hate it. Create empty. Okay, go exit button. Let's make it easier on myself and just do this. UI button. Exit button. We need to create. We need to add a button. Let's have this guy. I haven't used this color at all yet. Bottom 15, 15, 30, 30. Probably is still a little too big, so maybe go 20, 20, 40, 40. I can live with that. Okay, so it means the button itself is probably going to need white text. Eesh, I don't know actually if I like that. Alton. Quit. No, I should say exit. Exit, let's max size it at 55, 45 even. Yep. I don't know if this is actually going to work. So, oh my god, stop it. Exit. Edit mode. Definitely needs to be a void, you clown. Right. This actually can be uncommented now because we're going to have a reference to it. False. Okay, we know what we're going to call the method, so we can keep it in there. Exit. Public void. Exit edit mode. You're happy now? Sweet. So, because what I'm thinking I'm going to do is this guy calls a method off this, but the problem is this method, that's why I'm not sure if it's going to work. This game object's going to be off, So I don't know if we can actually call a script on it. Exit edit mode. Alright, so we can probably test that actually. Everything should work. Oh, actually, okay, it's just placing things that I think isn't going to work, which could be fine, might be fine. So if we open up this guy and go edit mode, it did what we wanted it to do, but it also needs to turn footer button. Needs to turn this panel back on. So true. Try that again. Sweet. Holy. Just some sports news, Australian sports news. The team that I follow just extended someone's contract for like another 6 years. So that's pretty crazy. Anyway. So we've got edit mode done, which is cool. Okay. It's boring work now. So more UI stuff to do. So cafe management panel. This is so yuck. So how have I set this up, by the way? Footer. Nope. Content. Scroll view, viewport, content, row 1. Okay, so I've got 4 rows of potential things. Oh, man. So I mean, I probably could create an icon for this, by the way. This will be the first time that I'm going to do this. Public sprite m underscore icon. I know I should get this done today, but man, I am not vibing it. Props, you plant. Pull the plant into the scene. That's not going to help anyone. No, that's not going to help anyone either. Down here, this will probably help. So, plant. What we should do is put it up here like this. Actually, it probably does need to be like really far away. Maybe like up here. So we have this perspective view of it. Snipping tool it. Because realistically, this is probably what my game's going to look like for the most part. I mean, can I just copy paste it in here? I can. Holy. Okay, let's create a new layer. Nope, not a new layer group. Oh, man, really don't know how to use this. Layer transparency. Okay. Okay, come up here. We need like a magic wand tool. Delete. Get rid of all the gray aspects out of it. These guys up here as well. There's multiple stuff that I probably are leaving in, but okay, down here as well, these ones seem pretty important to get rid of. It's like in here, but I think I can probably get away with that. So if we go... That's our plant. Alright, so now we want to resize this guy. Okay, there's an image. Sure, that's going to load really well when where I want it, but anyway. File, export as PNG. For now, let's put it on the desktop and just go plant 1. Okay, so now if we come up to this guy, bit of that. Second, so what we got going on here? So, we can actually get rid of this guy now. Don't need him in the scene. It's fine. Turn it back into this. Come down to shore down here. Alright, actually that's a lie. We need to go into the UI. This guy. Dunk, 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 dunk. Alright. Decoration item. Money needs to be more visible here. I can already see it's slightly covered up. Anyway, this guy's going to have a new script on it. Scripts. UI. This guy. Called a decoration item. And it is going to be put onto you. Decoration item is going to have serialized field, private, TMP underscore text, M underscore name text. We're going to have a serialized field, private image this time. Wow. Called M underscore icon. Serialized fields, private, TMP text, M underscore cost text. The button doesn't need to be instantialized, so then we're going to have a public void setup. It's going to take in a prop config, which means we should also store a prop config, so we can do that straight away. Go m underscore prop config equals config, m underscore name text dot text equals config dot, can't use name, m underscore, haven't even got a name set in there yet, public string underscore prop name, prop name, m underscore icon dot sprite equals config m underscore icon, m underscore cost text dot text equals config dot cost dot toString. Wow. Okay. Then we're gonna have another thing here, public void. Let's call it add item. If who stores the money at the moment? Is there a money data source? Yeah, here we go. Dot cafe money is greater than or equal to m underscore prop config dot cost, else to do add animation for add animation for not enough money. Very cool. But if we do have enough money, I mean, realistically, we want to be doing this. It is a public void. Initialize with object. So we can do building system dot. Actually. Oh, wow, there's a few things we're going to do. No, I think we can do it the way I want to do it here. So instance dot initialize with object. And we go m underscore prop config dot prefab. Okay. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. So there are some things that we want to be calling here, which is the problem. Okay, private. We'll do what we've done last time and go, yeah, m underscore panel, and we'll make the panel then control some aspects. So in here, rename, edit tooltip, purchase tooltip, public void, enter purchase mode, public void exit. And edit mode. So I don't think we need that. We do need this. Delete the footer. Not relevant for now. So we have edit mode. And we have purchase mode. And to purchase mode. Exhausted. So exhausted. God damn it. So we need to come back into this guy, create a new thing down here called public void exit purchase mode. I think that's what we're doing. I honestly, at this rate, I can't even remember. Exit purchase mode. So this is when we're exiting. I mean, this isn't even getting called anywhere, bro. Yeah, fair call. That is a fair call indeed. Oh, shit. And the building system can have a reference to the cafe management panel, maybe. Let's do it. So go in here, go serialize field, private, cafe management panel, m_, cafe management panel. Exit purchase mode. Huh. Could instantly see a bug where this just keeps calling itself. So we do this. Building system, exit purchase mode. So the two ways you can exit purchase mode currently is done from the update. It's in this part. Else, so it's basically it's anywhere where it has destroy is where we'll chuck it. So that's doing everything we want it to do, I think. So now we can come back to this guy. We're close to getting this up and running. I am running out of energy fast. I just really dislike UI implementation stuff. It is so boring. So let's just have a private. Oh God, kill me. Okay, I'm gonna do a cheat. Private void temp underscore setup panel. So we need a decorate item. Serialize fields. Private. Decoration item and underscore decoration item. M underscore decoration item dot setup. And here we're going to need prop list. Nice to see someone doing some C#. Yeah, I mean, it's basically the only code I know. Like, I dabbled in other languages before, but guess being Unity, I'm a C# gamer. What about you? You use C# as well? Life of Disdain? Yeah, sweet. Unity for life, hell yeah, brother. So what are you working on at the moment, Life of Stain? Any dev work, any game dev work? So let's just call this on start maybe. Run this temp code. Oh my god. Pranked. Name, icon, cost. All right. Might be able to test that out now. I'm writing a mod in Java for Minecraft. Manage 6 library information and working on a Unity space game. Hell yeah, nice. I think that's like a pretty common path, I think, of a lot of people that have gotten into game development. From what I've heard anyway, is a lot of them do start with modding stuff. So that's pretty cool. I think I've had a couple of people in stream that have talked about things they've modded in the past. How involved is modding? Like, yeah, I've never modded a thing in my life, so I have no idea. Wrong with this panel. Let's just fill out that config first. That's not a config. This is a config. Call it plant1. This is just a test object anyway. Plant1, say its cost is going to be 20. Oh, we need a way to subtract the cost in code. Let's do that now as well. You purchase mode, and then we also need where are we decreasing money, because this is going to count towards expenses, which is something we do need to be tracking. We have a money manager, right? Forgetting my own codes. Purchase. And just takes an int, right? Yeah. Alright, let's test this out. .NET Architects, this is just a project of the week. Well, modding is just for fun. It is like all programming, knowing how to look shit up in Google. Yeah, hell yeah, shout out Google. As most of my development stuff is just Googling, oh, how do I do this? Alrighty, plant1, cost 20, little icon. So if we click add, it should close this panel, which it didn't. Love that to start. That's because I haven't set up the button to actually do what it needs to do yet. So let's come on to here, decoration item, button parent. The button needs to be running some code. Hey, Life of Descent, thank you very much for the follow, much appreciated. So run add item, I think this should be it. Hell to the year. Alright, let's run it back. Plant 1, add. So it hasn't closed the panel. That's fine. Come back into here. The reason for that is because, yeah, we never did it. We entered the purchase mode. Oh, okay, yeah. And then we do game object.set active false. We run it back. What followers are we at now? 37. Sheesh, you're getting there. Still didn't close the window. Come on, man, I just want to play stuff. I just want to play stuff. Okay, what was that error? Purchase tooltip, set active, true. I could have sworn I did set that up. Oh no. It's purchase item 28. Oh, I didn't set it up here. Me clown. There we go. You're doing better than you. Let's check you out, huh? View channel. Put it over here. 5 followers. Streamed 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago, 7 hours ago. There's multiple streams in one day. But I shall chuck you a follow now as well. So look at that. Now you got 6. Where's my... Where are you? Catching up. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, if I'm ever not streaming and I see you live, I'll come in and check it out. All right. It's actually still... What did I... Oh, man, I am so lazy. This... Yeah, I guess I've technically cheated with my followers because... So I've released a free game on Steam. Look, I'm going to guess 2021. Let's see how I go. Holy, let's go. But yeah, so I kind of have like a gathering of people. Basically, you see Stubby in here as well. He's the admin of a speedrunning community for that game. So I've kind of like tried to leverage people from those games to get into a Discord and also come check out the stream. But yeah. I love working in the back end and middle tiers. The UI always feels like a fight head in hand moments. Oh man, yeah, UI is my least favorite thing to be doing. That's why, admittedly, it's like maybe I shouldn't have left it to the last thing that I'm going to do on stream today. Like if I get it done early when I'm like high with energy, I can smash it, then I can get onto fun things to end the day. But I guess finishing the day in with UI is like, oh god. All right, here we go. Big moment. Closes the panel. Cool. And then we can come in here and place a plant. Doesn't close the panel, though. I'm going to say it doesn't close the panel probably because we've got an error here. Maybe. We can test that out by first going into the scenes, main menu. So we'll initialize it properly, but we'll also double check in the building system when we are... I think it's actually because I didn't do that. But anyway, we'll run the data properly. You're a glutton for punishment. You're a game developer. Yeah. Yeah. I guess because life is distinctive. Because I think I'm almost done with this. I can just show some of the other features that are in the game that I've done recently that are pretty cool. All right, so let's set up a new save file. Do all the classic things. We'll order some food. Put the food on the menu. Let's hire Georgia. Roster her on. But for the sake of testing that all that other stuff was working, let's put a plant over here. Okay, we do have one problem. I'll work past it for now. And just so yeah, this panel isn't closed, which is a bit sad, but it's whatever. We'll start day. So we can run through a day in here. Put it into medium speed. So there's puddle. You can mop up the puddle. Fire. Put out the fire on the things. Put the trash in the bin. Bum, 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 bum. And then we'll fix this bug. Ooh, didn't make it. Man, this is cool. I really like this. I'm enjoying my game at the moment. I think the service was bad, but I think we got a clean review. Clean, service slow. Yeah, that's alright. Alright, so I cleared that bug. That's real smart of me. I mean, I can probably get it to trigger again, right? If I just go like this and put a second guy down. Here we go. Cafe management panel. Oh yeah, I haven't set a reference to that. Man, I'm having PTSD from working at Olive Garden right now. Sorry. Oh, that's good. Grid as the manager, so we need the cafe management panel in here. And that should fix that bug. So let's run it back again. Yeah, I'm sorry about it. But yeah, you saw a lot of the, basically the moment-to-moment gameplay. So yeah, you order stock for any of your menu things. You can customize your recipes. So like the big like mechanic of this game. So apart from the staff management, so the staff has a. I thought I had Georgia. Oh no, this is a different save file. You got to maintain their happiness. They fatigue for each day in a row they work and whatnot. You can edit their actual to the theoretical. Oh yeah. And then from those okay, the reviews. I'm not in the right save file. From the reviews, there's like things that come up saying like, for instance, the thing I was ordering was a chicken burger. It might say like, I wish there was more lettuce on the chicken burger. So from that piece of information, when you're on your recipes menu, then you can add more lettuce onto the burger. So then basically your goal is to try and create the perfect recipe. And by having the perfect recipe, you receive better rating and whatnot. All right, so the thing I was testing here, so this should close this menu now. Which it didn't. Very cool. Oh, no, now it is causing an error because I'm not in here. There's all the save data stuff. Oh, boy. Oh, you should be able to see the save data working. If I go into that save I just made, there should be a plant over there. Oh, there's 2 plants. Look at that. Wow. Another plant. I can see if it's taking money as well. Oh, actually, I realize now that it's going to be taking it straight away. It's just probably, we only want it to be taken when you place it. No, but then makes sense. But anyway, yeah, cool. So yeah, I've got it set up. There's a bug over here that it deletes one of them, but yeah, all of it's hooked up to a save file. So those 2 plants I just placed then in the game. Will now, any day now, they stay saved, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we go into edit mode. Let's delete all those things and make sure that's saving correctly as well. that guy is not. I really should fix that bug, but 'tis what it is. Alright, so there you go. That's cool. That is very cool. Let's push this. Initial UI setup for buying props. Very cool. TTP? Man, everyone's throwing abbreviations at me like I'm some knowledgeable guy. Okay, that's not what you're probably saying. TTP means something very differently in the medical world. It's thrombotic thrombocytopenia purpura. Time to penis. Damn, alright. Yeah, no idea. Damn. Yeah, I think, because I don't think I'm working on anything else today. Let's actually have a look at that bug that's happening. So, when we're starting, edit mode's false. So it's going to be doing this. If input, get mouse down. No, it's going to be running this first. So if get mouse down is this. If can be placed, else. It's destroying object to place. But object to place. Where's object to place getting even set? Shouldn't be anything, right? I think it's actually just this guy, so if I destroy this... Yep, cool, you're unhappy. How long after starting a game does it take a player to create a penis with any form of shape creation? Moving furniture, drawing lines in dirt or sand. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. I was kind of... I wasn't going to draw a penis, but before I was thinking about drawing something in plants when I was testing the save file. Yeah, it'll happen. Someone will make something. So I think it's this that causes the error. For the QA. So yeah, this was definitely the problem, because now I can spam. Let's fix that button. Let's fix that bug. So once again, this is why I hate having update. If edit mode is false, let's create a new ball for build mode. Let's call it. Where are we? Else. Turn this into an else if build mode. And then enter edit mode. No, let's not do that. We're gonna go. No, not even this guy either. This one. Add item. Panel, enter purchase mode. And then here we're gonna go. Not build compression. Build system. Dot instance. Dot build mode equals true. Did I make that a private set? I did. Probably could make it a private set and have a function that I call in here, but this will do what we need to do. And then... Oh, did I just like crash Visual Studio? I love that. I love that, dude. There was a conversation that Pirate Software had about a lot of the best games having a pretty quick time. Yeah, probably true. Yeah, holy shit, yeah, hard crashed. How good's that, dude? I love that. Any day now. Don't report this extension. Report everything. Oh, it got rid of my pins as well. That's really cool. I love that. So you, open you. Build mode equals true. And go exit purchase mode. Equals false. Okay, I think this should fix what I am trying to fix. Hey, 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 welcome, big dog. Welcome to the Discord. Hell yeah. We are here. Alright, cool. It's not deleting any objects. That's very cool. And let's just make sure we can still edit mode. Delete it. Cool. And then back into this mode. Put right in the center. Alright. I think that fixes that bug. Oh boy. I really love the reload time on this. Playing in the middle. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Cool. So let's just say in here, fixed bug for deleting item and we didn't want to. All right. Probably gonna wrap up there for the day. It's technically a bit early before my industry. I can yap for a little bit, but I guess what do we do today? So basically working on that building mechanic, prop mechanic today. But I mean, we've pretty much got it done. Like, I'll just jump back into game so I can kind of talk over it, but absolutely unforgivable. I know. It's all right, I'll yap for a little bit because I got stuff I can yap about. So yeah, we've got it set up now that we can place props in our cafe. Tomorrow I'm probably going to have to add in a variable. So obviously, oh cool, we've actually got some reviews here. I haven't got it implemented yet, but we are going to be generating a review based on the decorations. Don't know how that's going to be set up yet. I think it's probably per your cafe size, you probably need to be hitting a certain amount of props in your cafe to make it seem not barren or something like that. I'll come up with some form of a review for that. So I'll probably do that tomorrow because that's something that's directly related to just the props. I might create a couple few extra. That's like 3 words saying the same thing. I'll create a couple more props just so we can have a little bit of variety. Obviously, I'm not trying to churn out all the content I need for the game yet. I'm just trying to get all the systems up and running first. But I think that's not going to take me much time tomorrow to get that up and running. That's going to be pretty simple, really. But I think then after that's done, that is going to be the last thing of the reviews that need to be done. Function first, you're exactly right, Stubby. So that's going to be all the reviews done, so that's going to be huge. So I think recipes are done, staff panel's done, partially done, upgrades. I think that's going to be like one of the features I implement last, so I'm not concerned about that. Reviews, the shop, settings. So we've still got objectives, not yet implemented. It's not a high priority thing because generating that stuff's easy. It's just going to be storing stats and stuff like that. But yeah, so I think tomorrow I might get a start on. So an extra part of the decoration feature is like, apart from placing props, is you're going to be able to change your wall color. Because I think if I come into, I mean, it's easier if I just come into the template scene for this. Interior demonstration, overview. I think demonstration's the better scene. Is this asset pack that I've purchased has so many things. Turn it off 2D. I can see him down there. Race it in. There we go. So I think this has got a demo of kind of everything, but yeah, basically, like, I hate that. Wool-wise, like, we got tons of different wools that you can probably change your cafe to be styled to. Same goes for floors, different styles of floors. So I'm going to allow people to swap out floors. So floors, walls. I don't know what I'm going to do about windows. That's because my save data doesn't account for it, but I think having that might make it feel a lot less bland, but that's low priority. And then also being able to swap out tables and chairs. So obviously the tables and chairs I've got set are going to be the default, but you should be able to like swap it out for other tables and chairs to fit whatever aesthetic that you're trying to go for as well. How important is it to implement the game? How important to implement the game changing over the days sooner rather than later, or is it not going to be that big a deal? Is the progression minor enough where it doesn't matter that much? Game changing over days. Yeah, look, a lot of the progression stuff I haven't implemented yet, because progression that's a rabbit hole, right? Like, you could spend months trying to nail the progression down. So I'm eventually going to work on it. So I'm basically trying to get all of the core implementation done, that then we're able to start looking at the progression. Because once like all the day-to-day gameplay things that we need are in, then we can start seeing like, okay, if I pay it for a week straight of in-game time, is what do all these features look like in context with each other, and seeing if anything needs to be fine-tuned. But the exciting thing is, probably end of next week, maybe, I might be making the Steam page for the game, because I think we're starting to get closer to being able to show parts of the game, at least enough to, have a storefront and get some wish lists. But my goal is end of next week is I'm going to have a build playable. Man, that actually really works out with like what my time frame was going to be. Yeah, you're exactly right. Can't adjust the progression of certain features until if the features don't exist. But yeah, end of next week, I'm hoping to have a build ready that's got all of our main features implemented, that people are able to kind of test the flow of the game, and I'm going to try and create the base amount of progression in the game, and then so we can get some initial feedback on that as well. I just realized the calendar is like half blocked, but you can just see the one here. So yeah, 1st of next month is what end of next week is going to be. So 1st of November. And yeah, we're just going to grab feedback from that and see how we're tracking on things. Still a bit of work to get in before then. I might try and have objectives done by them. I don't know if it's entirely important. I might just have like a base objectives, like this is what you should try to achieve in the prototype. Well, it's not really a prototype anymore. I guess this technically would be a beta or an alpha. Probably alpha. It's still early days. But yeah, so a lot of the... If I come back to our main scene, where are we? I would not put up the Steam page until you have a good PR plan. Cannot get a second first impression. Do not stream as a dev update. I know. Disdain. See, to talk a little bit about my PR plan, but yeah, basically, I don't want my Steam page to be public until like I've got my assets ready and up for it. So it's like I already own now most of my assets that I'm going to be showing in game. Demo release on Steam? Nah, I don't think so. Yeah, it might be private for at least the first one. So obviously, like, this first test is going to be it's a very stripped back version of the game. But my like concern with a demo of this game and demo of just tycoon games in general is like kind of like you'd need to probably shut off features in a demo like this, because if you just give them everything in a demo, you're almost just giving them the full game. Like, yes, it might be time gated or something like that, but yeah, back to what you're saying, Disdain's like, yeah, obviously I've worked in the industry and I know how kind of important marketing side of things is. But yeah, I wouldn't be putting up like a half-baked Steam page. Like if I'm publishing my Steam page, like it's in a state where it's like, this is the game, right? But yeah, so it's like, I'm not throwing it up straight away. Like, Steam page will take some time. Yeah, very true. But I think that's like one thing for me is, even though like my free game, which has a terrible storefront, by the way, I don't know if you clicked on the link before, like that game did crazy good, but that's not due to anything I did. I just hit a weird Steam algorithm and got tons of downloads. But yeah, I know how important the marketing side of things I know how important the marketing side of things are in game development. And you're definitely right of like, you cannot get a second first impression. Why was I coming back into this? Oh, sorry, I was looking at this. Yeah, so let's go gambling. Yeah, so in terms of like progression stuff, right? So I haven't implemented the rating system. I've got a very cooked thing of like gaining and losing followers set up at the moment. But yeah, I'm going to create some form of a basic system. There's probably going to be, it's this extra mechanic I don't have in the game yet of like a way to actually increase your star rating. And I'm thinking it's going to be like a food critic sort of thing. So I think you have to meet certain thresholds with your follower count. But let's just say like when you reach 5,000 followers or something like that, a food critic's going to come in, and a food critic, like for each rating of like star, kind of each critic, you're going to get information about like what they are looking for in a dish or like in a review. And let's just say one of them might be like, okay, they want to try out 2 dishes or something like that. And so basically both of those dishes are going to be perfect. I might also have a setup that like, so you unlock recipes. If you've seen the prototype, I had it roughly set up, but as your cafe rating increases and stuff like that, you have access to more recipes. So there's going to be like, let's say rating 1 recipes, rating 2 recipes. A critic might want like, okay, it wants a rating 1 recipe and also a rating 2 recipe. It's going to get both of those dishes. So it's trying to make sure that your menu is diverse of different things as well. I don't know if I'm going to be able to have that mechanic in by next Friday. I'll give it a crack, but I think for the first, we can call it alpha test. The first alpha test of this is probably going to be just how does the day-to-day game flow feel. That's probably the main thing I'm looking to get feedback on, and like, yeah, but we'll see. Still a lot of work to get done until then. But I think by the end of this week, all the decoration stuff's going to be done. I mean, realistically, end of this week, I could probably set up objectives as well. But yeah, good day. A lot of progress today. I'm really happy with how it went. Probably a lot of UI changes I'm going to have to make before the end of it next week as well. I've got a lot of stuff that is just thrown in there. But yeah. All right, guys. That's going to be me for today. My stream technically did clock over 4 hours, even though I know it's on coming soon state for like 10 minutes. I guess, Disdain, you're in the Discord now, so you'll probably get, if you gave yourself the role for it in Discord, you can get stream notifications in there whenever I go live, or you can check out my Twitch page in my schedule. It has when I stream, but yeah, same time tomorrow, basically. Yeah. Hope everyone enjoys the rest of your day or evenings. I'll catch you on the flip.